Okay, folks, we're back, and I'm happy to be freaking alive because I had kind of a rough day today. Had to go back to bed. I don't know if I'd call it a migraine, but I think I had something out of place in my neck and pinched nerve or whatever. So, one of those annoying things where no matter what position you're in, it's like almost throbbing. So, anyhow, so back to the T-34s. We're gonna do some bases. We're gonna make the five bases for these. Let's cut them out. We can go ahead and goop them so that way they can be knocked out this weekend. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. Yep. That's going to take a little bit of setting time. Now, I think this is the base. I like being consistent if I can. Is this shorter by a smidge? Let's see. That's just an optical delusion. Just an optical delusion. Okay, cool. I'm not sure if these are 100% not skewed. Some of these ended up actually being skewed a little bit unintentionally. It doesn't really matter that much, only I can tell, and only if I tell you guys. It's not that big of a deal. There is an X-Acto knife. We're gonna have to put this room together this weekend, especially with the influx of stuff that I just recently got. Hold on one second. I'm gonna go grab my X-Acto knife. I got about 4 of these, but seems like only one's here. The ends don't necessarily have to be even per se, because they're going to end up getting rounded up. So we did a big unboxing today. If you haven't checked out that video, go check it out. I'm going to really try to avoid messing with any of that, all that stuff, until I'm good and ready. I don't know how successful I'm going to be. Maybe not at all. Sometimes you just feel like putting something together. And when I got back into doing models, I thought, I don't really want to build them. I just want to paint them, but Now that I've been building them for a little while, it's kind of satisfying. Okay, so there's these 5. Put these in the spares. These can be good for Kubelwagens or Jeeps or motorcycles or something like that. And let's round these corners off with the clippers. Mr. Ben, welcome. Nordic, welcome. Feeling a hell of a lot better now than I was earlier today with the annoying freaking headache. Well, was my unboxing big enough for you? I actually thought I was going to get more vehicles than I did, but you know, every time that not all the kits came 2 in a box. And again, you have to kind of go with whatever they had in stock. It's not whatever the hell I wanted. What I would have wanted is to actually take cash and buy 3D painted buildings, but I'm not really in a hurry for that. I haven't even finished my farmhouse. Even though I'm happy with how it turns out. I did do something different yesterday. And got a really good deal on something. And that's for my war game. Nordy, huh? Nordy Nordelstein. I got a really good deal on some felt, and I'm going to make my own terrain map, I think. I decided not to go in the direction of the faux fur. It just makes too much of a mess. And Mitch is freaking scared of it for some reason whatsoever. He's afraid of a hair. Maybe he had a bad childhood experience with a hairy map. But I ended up getting the felt stuff, $6.99 a yard. It's 6 foot wide, $6.99 a yard. So I need 3 yards. I figured, well, I don't want 6 by 6. I'll get 6 by 9. 6 by 9 is probably bigger than I'll ever need. And it was normally $6.99, so I'm like, okay, that's 21 bucks. I could take a chance on that. It was 40% off. So, like for 12 bucks, I got a 6 by 9 piece of felt. Here's one of them. And it's not a solid color. And just think of this as the background color of the soil. And then the other one is the green one. And if I really like it, they've got like one for winter. That's kind of a mixed color. So we're going to airbrush on top of this. And if I fuck it up, both sides are the same. So I figured that is worth a risk for 12 bucks. So it's never going to be cheaper than that. It's never going to be cheaper than that. And that's not going to shed at all. So, and it's the right size. Because sometimes you get like 57 inches, 58 inches wide. That happened to be 72 inches wide. That's perfect. Just got to the part where I got out the first item. Am I going to do a video on making the mats? Nah, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I got a clue, but I don't know what I'm doing. It's just like I'm to the point now where I could probably start doing videos on how to do basic airbrushing for idiots. You know, I've got a clue, but I'm no expert. No, I don't know. I don't even know how it's going to turn out. I may not like how it turns out, but I've only threw $24 at it. So, and I don't like how it turns out. I'll just flip it over. So I think the secret is like not trying to put too much at one time. It's not like I'm using spray paint. I can go really light and give it kind of a model appearance. I'm not going to put any actual material on. It's just going to be paint. So I actually went to go get faux fur because they've got like the rabbit one is really, really low. I'm like, that'll work. And then I was going to airbrush that instead of like, you know, everybody says use craft paint and run a comb through it. That's it. That's just a disaster. I'm already making a mess and I haven't even touched it. So we'll figure it out. But I'm doing multiple things at once. So obviously I'm being a lot less efficient, but this is, I'm not really in a hurry. You know, I'm just kind of doing like, you know, you mentioned, hey, you can't wait till I do some self-propelled German guns. Well, maybe I'll do a self-propelled German gun tonight. What do you think about that? This is, I don't want to be on a time frame where I've got to do this and I got to do the other thing, and it's something I don't want to do. You want to do something like the little with the gym mats and felt on top using pins to keep item in place. I don't know. I thought you didn't like those guys. I don't know which one you're talking about. You talking about like the big map they had of Italy? Seemed like they trashed their map in doing that. I can tell you one thing. Whoever's editing their videos isn't doing any creativity stuff. Because editing their videos takes a shitload of time. I can tell you that already. Which is why I go to the minimalist version of what I can get away with. I don't want to put a lot of effort into making the videos look professional quality. It just takes away from time doing something else. It's going to use a file with the sandpaper. Works better. So we'll get the goop on here. You don't like them, they have some good ideas. Sometimes. They're involved in too much different shit, man. It's overwhelming. I didn't care for the Pyrrhic one. I was so excited when they were going to do it. It's just so heavily edited. You don't really get an idea of what really was going on. It takes a lot of effort to edit a video. 1/35th scale Panther. Panthers los. Yeah, well, the only reason I got that much stuff is because I had a credit. They literally said, we can give you $150 for this. And I'm like, all right. I send it in, and the next thing they know, after they get it, they said, never mind, we decided to give you $300. You know, which they probably gave me a low estimate, and then realized, you know, is they don't want to, like, give me an estimate and then find out that the stuff's actually kind of in bad condition and they already committed to it, and you know, so, you know, they're doing it the right way. Just tell me low, and if I agree with it, and then when they realize that basically everything I sent them was in great shape, basically brand new shape. Mr. Studio. Turn around, I'm going to jump around, doesn't work for me. I need to focus a few periods, best way to get stuff done. Yeah. Or, you know, their 6mm stuff, their terrain looks amazing, and their figures are like, but, you know. And a couple of the guys, I think it'd be more fun to play games than some of the other guys. I'm sure some people in real life are better than they are in video, and some people are better on video than they are in real life. I know one of the guys of the group I don't think I'd enjoy playing games with. He just seems kind of difficult. I'm not going to tell you who it is. I'm nicer on video than in real life. I'm proud of being an asshole sometimes. You have a history question, but it's on English Civil War. Can you help? Whew. Not my area, but hit me. Maybe somebody else on here would be English Civil War expert. I'm not a Civil War expert of any Civil War, but hit me. Maybe it'll be something that'll make me want to read about it and learn more about it. ECW. Yeah, there's a lot of people on here that like to learn about stuff, you know? You'll encourage us to want to read about it. And I think we got a pretty good group of people. If they don't know something, they say, hey, listen, I don't know it. You know, we can't be experts on everything. So, even the stuff that we're experts on, sometimes we get wrong. The JS2s and the Vespa. Well, the only bad thing about the JS2s is I really wanted to get the S model ones, but they didn't have S model. So, you know, I got to use the credit on stuff they have. That's kind of the catch. And I want to use the credit on stuff they have while they have it. I didn't want to wait too long and then, oh yeah, they don't have this thing anymore. I honestly am excited about getting the Hetzer back in. Hetzer's got a Hetz. Hetzer gonna Hetz. Man, we are really low on this stuff. Vallejo ground texture? No, ground texture. Rough gray pumice. I'm actually excited to build the models that I've never built before, the manufacturers, and just see what they're all about. Oh, magnets. Magnets then. Yeah, I just have all these things because I just have all these things that I have a credit, and I'm just having fun building them. They're not going to be on the board at the same time. I mean, shit, you'd be lucky to have 4 vehicles on one side at a given time. And I'm really bad about putting things away. Here's the Sean Wars book that we talked about the other day. I left it out like an idiot. I'm just so happy to not have that headache, that neck ache I had all day. I woke up with it. What a pain in the ass. I'm working my way to the magnets. I know they're down here somewhere. Damn it, man. What material? I'm using shims, plastic shims. I have these from work that they were going to throw away, but in a pinch, the evergreen stuff will work fine. It's just white. I happen to like it better black, but you know, I'm going to run out of this stuff pretty soon. So just the evergreen, stuff works just fine. The 2 mil thickness. There are 2 ensigns in an ECW regiment. If I was doing the King's Own Lifeguard of foot, what are the 2 flags? Is King's Charles Standard one of them? No clue. Flags of War made the ensigns for that unit. I believe they did their research right. Search for ECW WR19 King's Lifeguard Regiment of Foot 1. Yeah, the Flags of War stuff's really pretty. And there's useful stuff out there, even if it's the wrong scale. I suspect that, Studio, you're probably doing a 13.5 millimeter or whatever scale those things are for Warlord games. You know, some of those are easy enough to paint. I don't know if that particular unit is, but many of the I want to use these things, even though they're a little on the small side. They don't have to go all the way to the end. I don't want them to go to the end, actually. It's the Shit Happens channel. Now, there's no point in scoring it and then putting the magnet on that same side. I don't edit shit. If I make stupid mistakes, you'll see them. I have kind of a hiccup that I ran into working on my woods. The steel that I used is so freaking thick, and it's taking a long time to cut it. So I had to change tack for a few days. Well, I've been out of town. That's what I was working on. But the Drummel's having a hell of a time cutting through it. But I think it's going to be the right route. It's just a hell of a lot more effort than I thought. I had to buy a fan just so I could stand being out there. I'm still like soaking wet in sweat. But like I said, I'm working on a lot of different things at once. Obviously, we don't want to do that right now, considering I've had a migraine all freaking day long. The last thing I need to do is wake that thing back up. This generally is a pretty good activity to be in good spirits. Yes, you're painting that. What's the difference between a personal standard and a kernel standard? What will the kernel standard's Lindsay personal standard be? I don't know. If it's anything like earlier periods, I know that there would be like, if you're doing something like well, it's not English Civil War, but when I was looking at research and doing like the Spanish stuff, there'd be like 2 flags, and one of them would be like the national flag or something like that, and one of them would be like the colonel's flag. So you would have one that would be more standard, that would be almost consistent throughout every unit, and then the other one that would be of that particular unit. But I think you can pretty much go with whatever you want to do. I understand wanting to be realistic. But I don't know if English Civil War was the personal standard of certain leaders. So Wolfman, I know that I think you mentioned that you have no Games Workshop at your store. When I used to work at a hobby store, one of the issues that Games Workshop had, and this was a long time ago, was that you had to order a certain amount of dollars worth of items to restock. You couldn't just restock a little bit. I don't know if that's the same case, whatever. But what is, if you do not have Games Workshop and you have technically a fantasy, I think your store has mostly fantasy science fiction stuff. What takes the place of Games Workshop in its place? Is it Warlord game stuff, or is it just a mishmash of of different manufacturers. Your pen pal, your Canadian pen pal. Oh, sorry about that. Now, the main thing is if you don't know something, and most of us don't know none of us know everything. But if you don't know something, just say, hey, I don't know it. Instead of like, it's probably this. And then you just create obfuscations, and misleading people. Your store is fantasy, sci-fi, and historical. Okay, so you do have some historical stuff. And give this a thin coat here on T-34s. I want to see what the hell those trumpeter kits are like. But I had to go with what they had in stock. It wasn't, I couldn't just get whatever the hell I wanted. I had to get whatever the hell I wanted based on what they had. And they had like a bunch of stock. They had a lot of foreground Stalingrad stuff. A lot of foreground Stalingrad. They had I could have used my entire credit on foreground Stalingrad buildings. I just opted not to. They look really plain. I would have to add a lot of detail to them, and I would get overwhelmed, and I'm not really interested in doing a Stalingrad fight. So I'd put them in my cart, and I'm like, nah, not really interested. There's some stuff that I wish they would have had. I would have been tempted to get stuff for the desert if they had Honeys or a Matilda 2s. They didn't have either one of the two. Actually, they had some old Fujimi Matilda 2s that they wanted like almost $30 for them, and they're not very good kits to begin with. I'm like, no. Trumpeter is a good company, but may have fit issues. Nothing I can't handle. The only thing I have not been able to handle so far, and I haven't given up on it, is I have a 3/4 ton Dodge truck, like a light truck, World War II American, that the suspension is just effed up on. It will not go together. It has the wrong piece. I forget. It's the only kit I gave up on that I've had, for 30 something years. Everything else I've been able to fix, remedy, work through. That's the only one. And I think I'm just going to build a fake facade underneath and move along with it when I go back to doing the Americans. So I haven't given up on it yet. I can't believe I got the wrong Martyr. I was just in a hurry. I thought it was a Martyr 2. You know which one? The Martyr 2, the one that Tamiya makes on 1/35th scale that has a little Mickey Mouse thing. It would be, I guess that would be a 2M. That's what I thought it was, but I didn't pay enough attention. That'll be the last thing I build because I already have 2 of them from Plastic Soldier Company, but I don't care about mixing manufacturers. It'll be just fine. But if that's the thing that goes the worst, I'm not worried. I'm not worried about it. I wanted to get the Panzer IVs from Mirage. They make a D and an E, and they're about $25 a pop on eBay. I think you can get them, including shipping. Of course, they come from Poland. They're supposed to be pretty good kits, but again, can't use my credit on that. And only reason I'm buying this stuff is because I had the credit to begin with. It's actually Nordic's fault, I think, for selling all this stuff. He put the idea in my head. I'm like, well, let me see what I can get for this. And it's been a good experience with him. Can't really say anything bad about him. FedEx said they were supposed to deliver yesterday. They never did. Thank goodness I didn't sit around waiting on them. And I was hoping that they left it by my door and it didn't walk away. The box wasn't that big. If somebody would have picked it up, they'd have been sorely disappointed what was inside. Oh man, model kits. I used to build these as a kid. F that. That's not what I wanted. You know, a lot of us like stuff that is no value to anybody else. Yeah, that's how you do business, man. Quote people low, and then when you realize, you know, if you do get junk, well, you told them it was going to be $100, but like I know I don't have junk. I take care of my things, and they did me right, you know. So I'd like to say I'm going to do more business with them selling, but I don't have anything left to sell. You know, I didn't want to risk buying any games and then not playing them, and then you know that's what I did with Wings of Wars. I bought it, and it was a nightmare. I had um, I had taken all the sets of Wings of War and put all the stuff together. So like all the card decks, like the you know each game comes with different decks, and I put them all in one box. I mean, obviously they were together, like all the different. But man, I had to go back and reconstruct what came in each one, and I mean, it took me. That's what I did one night. Actually, I did it over 2 nights, and I'm glad I did it because it was my. You know, I can't just here have fun with this. You know, they don't have somebody that's going to go through all that stuff. So I made sure everything was accounted for, and you know, I only played it one time, I think, or twice. And it's a fine game, but I'd rather play something else. And I just don't like the idea of having a board game and playing it with other people that you know they could have handling issues. Have to admire Noble Knight's honesty. Yeah, there's a few of us left. They had quoted me really low on the mats for Wings of War, and I'm like, well, what am I going to do with them? I'm like, all right, they'd quoted me like $10 for one and $7 for the other, and I know that hell they were like $40 or $50 when I bought each one, 35 something like that, and they're basically brand new. So yep, good for them, good on them. You got to trade items as well. Based on BCW's Project Pace, sounds like Regiment carried quite a few flags. Looking at the protocol for the King Standard, might have stayed with them. Is that freaking thunder again? We go from it not raining for a month to now being thunderstorms every stinking day. Mother Nature on the rag. All right, that's done. The hell do we do now? Oh, let's put something together. Let's put something together. We'll mess with this in the morning. I don't feel like painting and taking my contacts out. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put together the easiest shit first. So you have something to show for it. Be right back. This Panzer 4D has a problem. It's kind of a major problem. I knew going in. And, you know, the thing is it's like, really affordable for each of these. And the problem it has is with the antenna. The antenna mount does not match really at all what the antenna looks like. But I think I'll put the antenna up and it'll be fine. You know, you just kind of have to decide whether or not it bothers you and roll with it. This material is weird. It's almost elastic in a way. I don't even know how the regular glue is gonna apply to it. I guess only one way to find out. This is one of the first models I ever built. The first tank model I ever built up to me was a 4D with the turret basket. And I wouldn't have bought this if it didn't have the turret basket at all. All right, let's get rid of this because it's got paint on it and it's distracting as shit. You can use the other side. Oh no, don't mention antennas. I'm about to make antennas for my entire armored section of my new Flames of War army. So, sprue sucks, okay? Sprue in the early 90s was great. You can make a bunch of it. The plastic worked. Now it is just completely a mess. And you would think, I've got a lot more skill than I did in the early 90s. I'm a lot more competent. I got the whole internet to help guide me through doing stuff. Doesn't matter. The sprue sucks. So I've gone to using wire. And yeah, unfortunately this size isn't available in the stores. I have to order it. So it's a $2 item I gotta pay like $7 for. But hey, it is what it is. I've never seen somebody put antennas on a Flame of War army. Didn't say you shouldn't do it. I think it adds a little. It's nice. It adds a nice little. It's a nice detail. All right. Instructions on the back of this stupid thing. Oh shush. Let's make sure. Does the D mean it was a Daimler? No, it was a D model. So it was a A, B, C, a D. Of course, the Panther D wasn't the first model. What was the first model, and it's a D. So everything goes out the window on that one. Let me check the weather. I got to do it on the phone. It's a lot more. It's easier to find on the phone. Let's go here. Let's go to Tools, AccuWeather. Let's make sure Armageddon's not coming this way. I'm not a fan of having the computer connected. Come on. Be little. There's that artillery. Why couldn't it be snakes? No, that's not coming up. I can't use the Weather Channel anymore. The Weather Channel's worthless. There's so much dancing around and drama. Just give me a live radar. There's rain every day. That's fine. I just don't want lightning. I welcome the rain. It cools things down. Come on. Holy shit, this is slow. I hate the Weather Channel because along with everything else, with all the advertising, there's always like extra drama. Oh, you think everything was okay? Oh, well, the end of the world is coming. Oh, you think you can go to sleep at night? Well, not after we tell you this. Okay, come on. Oh, Jesus, it's all over the place. I do not want to disconnect. Just got all my folks on here. So many ads and they take forever to come off even after you click them. Okay, well, I can't get this to come up. I'm just gonna power through. We'll see how far we can go. Thunder Snakes sound like a great heavy metal band. You tend to use fishing line. Yeah, that would work. Well, you're doing 15, so that would probably work just fine. Okay. No, we're gonna have trouble cutting with a brush. Okay. The tracks. The tracks don't have a whole lot of detail. They will work just fine for my purposes, and they will look fine painted up. You have Crusaders, Mark IIs and 3s, Shermans, Lees, a lot of armored cars, Daimlers, Dingoes, as well as Universal Carriers. I would have picked up a bunch of British gear for the desert if it hadn't been 1/76 scale. They had a lot of Cromwell stuff, which I am a huge fan of Cromwell, but it was all 1/76 scale, and I didn't want it to be under scale, you know. And it was like $17, $18 for one thing, and it's resin, and I don't like working with resin. It's not my preference. It's not that I can't work with it. It's just not my preference to work with it. Oh, I'm going to have to get the super readers out. Marmon Harringtons. I love British stuff for the desert. It's super cool. But I want Matilda 2s. I want A13s. Because I'm doing early 1941 stuff. And none of those two were available from this particular seller. Too much flash. It's weird. This stuff's almost rubbery in a way. Elastic plastic. Those 37 millimeter anti-tank guns are super rubbery. I'm sure they'll end up working fine, but man, they're real bouncy. A T-34 can run over them and they'll just bounce back. Might actually be a handy skill. Okay. I better have the back plate ready, just in case. I don't want stuff setting and then, oh yeah, by the way, you need to have that piece ready now. You make the hatch optionally open? Oh, you can. Cool. One of them will have an open hatch. One of them will not. Hot is very much the old style hard plastic. Well, this is not very hard. It's like spongy. As long as it works with this weld cement, it's almost like I'm trying to trim plastic figures. Old Airfix figures. Which glue won't work on. I don't know why I don't know why I feel like this isn't going to work with this glue. We'll just have to use epoxy if it doesn't work. Just a lot easier to work with. Weld cement. Okay. Okay, none of the other stuff is really urgent. Let's see, let's test fit this. Wow, this is weird. And we got extra track and stuff that we can put on here for extra reinforcement that they did on the D's. Boy, this goes together very oddly. I'm gonna need a drink. We can put a rodent kit together. We can certainly put this. Okay, that fits on there nicely. Okay, that's going to fit in like this. Then, okay, let's put these two halves together first. Here goes everything. I should use the other tester's glue instead of this orange clean one that smells nice. Since the wife is not here, she wouldn't be like, ah, what's that smell? What are you doing in there? Not that my wife sounds like that. Anybody know anybody famous that is really attractive but they have a bad voice? I know a few, I just can't think of them right now. Alright, this is weird. This goes on almost creamy. This is a strange plastic. So there's these spots here where I guess they expect you to put the return rollers on there, and two of them somehow seat this on here. Just a weird way of doing it. Gilbert Gottfried isn't attractive. I hope you don't find Gilbert Gottfried attractive. You could do better than that. Okay, the next thing we need, we're gonna put the running gear on because everything depends. You missed the attractive part? Yeah, they gotta be attractive. I mean, if you find Gilbert Gottfried attractive, well, good for you. I'm sure somebody needs to, but actually, considering how annoying his voice is, he actually never really bugged me. He was just in full shtick the whole time. Now I'm gonna have to get creative with this. All right, we know we're gonna have some there. We know we're gonna have some there. I don't mind putting it on here. I would not want to put this together if I was like a 10-year-old. We'll put half of this idler wheel, half of it here. All right, and there should be enough of this to get a purchase on it. Sun has not come up yet, and Tony's voice booms through the... Attention modelers! It was strange when I shot that video of that unboxing of the Dremel tool outside because I could barely hear myself. And I generally don't have a problem enunciating or, speaking loudly. Opposite of attractive. Daniel Farkle looks like a Bond villain and sounds like a schoolgirl. All right. Got to find out who this is now. Daniel Fark. Oh, Daniel Fark, not Farkle. Who the hell sounds like a girl? Daniel Fark. German football manager? He's not the one that's famous for picking his nose, is he? What do you know about German football managers? I know that one of them was caught picking his nose or whatever. Never heard of this guy. All right, so I'm going to say something. If I'm involved in sports, okay, all right, I'm outside quite a bit for work. I can't imagine having long hair and being sweaty all the time. I mean, I'd have less hair if I could get away with it. He's got, he's out on the field freaking hot all the damn time. It's pronounced Farker. Oh, Farka. I would have called it Farka. No, don't know who that is. Never heard of her. Opposite of attractive. Yeah, you could do better than him. I posed a question to myself. I don't know if I know the answer. Who is attractive, but when they speak, they're not attractive? God, want to say I know. I have several people in mind, but I can't think of who they are. Other than that country girl. Oh, shit. Other than that country girl that's on those videos. I brought her up. She's really cute. And she sounds like she has the IQ of about 32 when she talks. But I've said it before. I'm from the South, but I'm not Southern. Intelligence is attractive. Janice from Friends comes. Oh yeah. Oh, the nanny. The nanny's really good looking. I didn't find Janice attractive at all. Janice's voice is horrible. Yeah, she's. Her voice is horrible. She'll make a train take a dirt road. Fran's voice isn't that bad. I never watched the show when it was on, because when it was on, I lived alone. I didn't have cable, but she's really attractive, or she certainly was back then. But yeah, her voice is a bit too New York for me. Sandra Bullock. Sandra Bullock, when she was younger, she's still not unattractive. I thought she was really attractive. And her voice, although it's not bad, she's kind of mannish. I don't know. Just kind of sounds like one of the guys. I remember the first time I saw her was on Demolition Man. She was freaking smoking in that. Can't think of anybody else though. Yeah, I didn't think of the nanny because I didn't watch it, but yeah, she's attractive. Look at these sons of bitches. I'm telling you, even these things that are easy are fraught with problems. Like, okay, put this big piece back there. Like, you're gonna tell me if it's this way, if you're gonna tell me it's this way or this way. Which way is it? You know? Well, I mean, I'm smart enough to look it up, but like I said, if I was 10 years old, there's no way I'd do this right. Well, it's gonna be like this to hide some of that suspension that doesn't exist. Okay. Speaking of Friends, I'm a big fan of the series. The three of us watched the whole. I mean, my wife and I watched it. I didn't start watching until it was well on its way. But when my daughter got old enough, we went through the whole series. We're a fan of the series, and I saw an article the other day that, and I'm a fan of the series because it's well written, and it's, even though it takes place in New York, it's not super New Yorky like Seinfeld. I can't get into Seinfeld. It's too New York. You know, it just, that's just like another. It's like if they made a show about Miami. Miami is not the United States. New York is not the United States, or most of the United States. But I saw an article the other day, just within a week, that said that Friends is, the popularity of Friends, one of the reasons why we have the issues that we do now. And I'm like, really? about society getting soft. I'm like, come on, man. Probably my favorite sitcom out there, honestly. Just about every episode is. That cast work really well together, so. But then again, I'm not somebody that rewatches things multiple times. I don't understand how people watch the same thing over and over and over and over and over again with new things that there are to. Maybe if you have it on as background, but I can't do background things. I gotta if the TV's on, I'm watching it. I can't stand being in a house where things are going off and nobody's watching it. That's silly. Well, I left the Weather Channel loading up and nothing ever loaded up. Typical. Typical hot garbage. The Weather Channel used to work better when we had dial up because there was less advertising. Come on, reload the map. Special weather statement. All right, well, it doesn't look. Which way is this thing moving? We'll be all right. It's north of us. You watch Sharp over and over and over. Haha. I started watching it several years ago and just lost interest. It just seemed more dated than it was. And I like Sean Bean. I like Sean Bean a lot, actually. This material is weird. Odd. I do find it strange that American sitcoms would be popular as somewhere else in the world. I mean, you guys have your own programming, and I'm not saying you shouldn't watch American stuff, but, I'm not a everything made in the U.S. is the best, and that's that. I mean, I kind of like foreign programming as long as it has subtitles. Well, I watch subtitles on everything, even U.S. programming. You met the actor who played Rifleman Harris. Yeah, Pixar, it didn't happen, right? Okay, this one's got a notch at an angle. That one's got to go here. Okay, perfect. Well, I got news for you. There's a lot of programming from here that sucks. But you already know that because you're exposed to it. I think this is going to end up being a plenty fine model. By the time we add some details and jerry cans, different places, I got lots of extra stuff. I got lots of extra stuff for Panzer IVs for that matter. This will end up being a fine model. I would have liked to have gotten the ones from Mirage, but you know, they're 25 bucks a piece and they didn't have them in stock. Actually, if they were 25 bucks a piece, I would have gotten them. It's just they didn't have them in stock. Okay. It's just something satisfying about putting these things together. And it's less so than before, because before it was like, you know, you didn't have the internet. You didn't know how this, maybe a tank looked from a certain angle. Now, you know, you have access to all that stuff, but still, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Although it does have some side details on this thing. Okay, let's get the front plate here. Rolling Thunder. They actually had a piece of fabric, faux fur, that was dark brown, almost green, mottled with white, that would have been like perfect for snow. But the thing with faux fur is I was going to have to take the clippers and I'm just going to make a mess. And I'm like, let's try this. It's a lot less expensive. And if that works, fine. I don't have any snow vehicles yet. And it's going to look weird with things that don't match the basing. But I like the snow stuff, especially winter 42, 43, when German stuff's still gray. Okay. Let's pop the turret out. And the front plate for it is here, with the correct vision devices, unlike the Eschi Mark IV. So I got a couple of kits that say, oh, no glue required. Yeah. What's a micro chisel? You know, this doesn't have the two pistol port things. I'm not worried about it. Don't bother me none. This material is the opposite. Wow. This stuff sounds like nothing. This material is the opposite of the Pegasus stuff. The Pegasus stuff is super, super hard. This is super soft and sands in no time. Okay, this has a prong that goes into the bottom. This thing right here. A very sharp jeweler's tool that makes short work of annoying plastic nubs on model kits. Nub nub. No photo etch on this cheap ass model. Make sure this fits in okay. Yep. Okay. Well, you can't see this, but I'm still going to trim it. Jeweler's tool sounds like it's code for, oh, it's a specialized thing, so we can charge more for it. It's got every sign of that. And you know, this thing doesn't have that little aerial thing that goes underneath the 75mm gun. You know, it's almost like a frame that goes underneath it, so when it goes over the antenna, it pushes it out of the way. I'm not going to build one out of wire. Okay, we're not building this for an IPMS convention. This is a War Games model, and you know, the fact that they're going to look better than most War Games things is good enough for me. You know, you can back yourself into a hole. Okay, that's good. Yeah, you can't tell, but when I'm cutting these little things, I'm not trying to go all the way down. And when I'm going across it, if I'm going even, I'm actually, let me exaggerate the movement. I'm going across and then actually up. So I'm not digging into it. So it's pretty safe to do this. and not having them and not messing it up. But you know, the 15-year-old me would have tried to like, okay, we'll trim it, but we're gonna get it. We're gonna do it in one go. And yeah, it needs a little bit more finesse than that. As far as I'm going to go without the sandpaper. Same thing there. Same thing there. Perfect. This should fit. Gotta have the machine gun on the starboard side. And the cannon, which I'm sure is not drilled. It's an infantry gun. Nope. No, even though this is a very short barrel, it's a 24 caliber weapon, it's twice as long as a German infantry gun, which is a 12 caliber weapon. Things you can't forget from playing Command Decision. Let's use the top of this to scrape off. Won't take as much material. Gonna wash up, have breakfast. You guys have been very helpful. Thanks so much, everyone. Hopefully you get to see what I decided. Yeah. Look forward to it. I need to sit down and watch other people's stuff. I haven't in so long. One of my favorite people to watch, my Portuguese friend that does all the one that I blame for getting me back in a 1/72nd scale. I just realized just before when I was going on, he had a new video of some Syrian Lebanese Civil War stuff on there. And the stuff he has is just massive in size of quantity, so can't wait to check that out. Not really my period, but I like the stuff that he makes. It's inspirational. Yep. See if this thing still has a point, or we need to use another one for the point. Let's take the two-step program. Where is the one that has the thinner one? I think this is, I'm probably overthinking this, but I'd hate to, this thing is actually turning out better than I thought it was going to end up being. I thought this model was uber crude, and it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Has a lot of potential. Where's it? Whoa. Slinging stuff. Take this thing off. I think I'm going to have to. Let's set this off to the side. Let's get one that's smaller. I really need to commandeer my other X-Acto knife that's outside. You're working on the gun mantlet for the Panther. Make sure it's drilled correctly with the stereoscopic sights. If it has that. Or is it monocular? Ooh, big words. Which Panther is it? Is it an A? What are the TACOM kits known for? Are they good? Don't have to go very deep. Just got to give the impression of three-dimensionality. Let's check for fit. Well, that's why we check for fit. No fit. Stop using big words, especially made-up ones. I use my Tonyisms all the time. I make up words that should exist. Three-dimensionality. Impetuate. That's my favorite one. That should be a word. I make up shit when I'm talking. I don't do it when it's in an email or... Well, that fits right in there. Good Lord. Tecom makes really detailed kit but requires some modeling skills put together because of the number of pieces. Well, what I've noticed is there's a lot of stuff, and I'm not necessarily saying Tecom stuff. There's a lot of really bad kits out there. Okay, let's check for fit on this. Okay, let's not glue this in just yet. Let's put this in. I'm actually going to let that dry a little bit before we screw with it. Let's see what this little guy looks like on here. Hey, I could build it for France and leave the back of it without a... No, looks stupid. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Dumb, 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 dumb. Tamiya is for beginners because they're expert engineering. Don't be knocking Tamiya. Tecom requires some skills. Well, the problem with some of the things that require skills is sometimes the pieces are just too brittle. It's not that I can't handle them. It's too brittle. Back in the day when I ran a store, one of the 4 big sellers was Verlinden. Oh yeah. To trick out Tamiya's kits. Very great stuff, very expensive. Yep. I remember the Panther D that I made. I took the Tamiya Panther, which is an A, and retrofitted it with, it wasn't Verlinden, it was with somebody else, but I remember it cost like $40 or $50. I think it was a new turret with a new cupola. It had all new road wheels because there was only 16 holes in them instead of 32. Might have been some other things, but it was like the model was like $20 and like the detail kit was like 40. And that was in the early 90s. I don't like Tamiya kits planes because they're 1/48th. They may make some 1/72nd scale stuff, and I'm gonna do some planes. There's no doubt about it. I'm gonna do some planes. Got to be like an attack on an airfield or some shit like that. Okay. Let's put the turret basket on here. The turret bin. Yeah, when I was doing it, Tamiya stuff was the gold standard. DML had just shown up on the scene. Italy's stuff sucked compared to Tamiya. Who else was out there that was detailed? That 8-wheeled armored car, that 231 Tamiya kit, I had one of those. Really went together like a glove. First plane to be an IL-2 Sturmovik. Should be like a wreck of like a MiG-3 or whatever, caught on the ground in Barbarossa. Panzer IV running over it. I like the Russian planes. I like inline engine planes. Really? Easily my favorite plane, a Stuka. It's just something about it. It's just iconic. I had the old Airfix one, which was the MPC kit. I built that one. I had a G with the gun pods underneath it. I don't know who made that one. And I had a model of the Fujimi 1/72nd scale one that has its Stuka whatever Immelman on it, and it's a beautiful artwork. The artwork is beautiful. And I never started on it, and that was one of those things I sold on eBay. And I noticed it goes for a pretty penny. I don't know why, but I had this impression that Fujimi stuff is better than it was. I have a couple of their armor things, and they kind of suck. It's a shame. I have this idea that everything Japanese is really good, but not always. Perfect. Like it never even had it. How could there be a 48 scale Stuka that's missing? Good thing about the Stukas, you don't have to cogitate about, should I put the landing gears up or down? Yes. Alright, I'm a fan of this plastic. That sounds freaking weird. Because it's weird. It's really weird, but man, this stuff. Yak 3. Yak 9, man. The Yak 9 is just a gorgeous aircraft. With gorgeous paint schemes. I don't like the Lavochkins. They're not very pretty, attractive. Lavochkin 5s. I think they were a pretty decent plane. They're just not very attractive. Doesn't mean I won't build one. Just stating the fact that they're not attractive. I don't find them attractive. Yeah. The German stuff, the thing about the German planes is they always look wicked. So they may not be the most attractive planes, but they always have that wicked appeal to them. Even if they don't have the crooked spider on them, they still, something about them looks wicked. Let's pull this down so if we have any drip issues, we don't go into the... Something about me wants to build all the old Airfix and Matchbox plane models. You know, they probably aren't any good by today's standards, but I have fond memories of them. Aha. Tricky, tricky. Fit issues here. All right, we'll wait on you then. Let's put the cupola on there. It take a little bit of time to put these things together, even though they're quick build things. No, not if you want them to look good. You have a HE, H16, ICM. ICM Polish? Back in the 70s, we had a local model shop that imported lots of kits, had a soft spot for IL 15s and 16s. Okay, the 16 is what? The Rata, right? So the 15 is a biplane, I think. The Rata. The rat. The one model company I've heard really bad things about that they go together horribly is Ace. And that's just what I've heard. I may beg to differ. The PST JS2 I have is a beautiful kit. The instructions are trash. You know, like basically one drawing with like freaking arrows galore. And sometimes some of the pieces have a lot of flash, but for the most part, and it came out in the early 90s. I think it's a pretty good kit, honestly. Plastic's a little brittle, but oh no, there's no periscope openings for this. Yeah, okay. War Games model. So much nostalgia. Had dozens of Airfix planes hanging from the ceiling with fishing line. Me too. Me too. Well, I didn't have Airfix ones. When I was a kid in the early 80s, Airfix didn't exist in my part of the United States. They did, but they were called MPC. So you literally would take the model upside down. It would say Airfix England or whatever. And you're like, where'd this come from? It's MPC. But it was just rebranded. I don't know why they decided to do that. And it was the same kit with better artwork. And it's not that there's anything wrong with the Airfix artwork, but the MPC artwork was stellar. And I built so many MPC kits. Probably scary looking by today's standards, but you know. As a matter of fact, all the Airfix figures I have are all NPCs, and it just depends by area. Like, I could never find Russian infantry. Russian infantry was never, I never saw it on the shelves in stores here. But I had the Stuka. I had the Spitfire. I don't know which one. Probably the Mark 1 or the 2 or whatever, the early one. I had an ME-109E. I had I want to say I had a G-109, but maybe I didn't. What else did I have plane-wise? Never had any Japanese aircraft. I've never built any Japanese aircraft. I've never built any American Navy aircraft either. Just the Pacific just doesn't interest me. That may have been all the aircraft that I had. But I had the 1/600 scale Graf's Bay and the Bismarck and the Prinz Eugen and the Repulse and the Ark Royal and Exeter. I think I had the Exeter. I feel like I'm missing something. I think Airfix makes a Warspite, but in 1/600, but I don't think it was ever ported to MPC. Just good times, man. And it's kind of a power trip to build things that aren't the best and make them look really, really good just by putting them together properly. It's just something fulfilling about that. And I think some of these more complicated kits, it's not that it's a problem that they're complicated. The problem is the pieces are very fiddly and they can arrive broken in transport because they're so brittle and so small. Not that I can't handle doing them, but I mean, I got tools to handle all this stuff now. When I was a kid, I didn't. Oh, there's a periscope. It's on the other part of it. Yeah, good times. I miss going to stores, and there's something in a store that you could just walk out of the store with. You know, they just don't have that anymore. I mean, we have access to so many things we never even thought about having access to, but you can't walk out of a store with a model kit. You know, I thought I was going to be able to do it in Miami, and they freaking pulled a fast one on me, and they're like, "Oh well, no, we really don't have anything." I blasted them well, I didn't blast them. I told them like it was on the Google review. Like, you need to update. If you're not going to serve the public, you need to update your information. This is a pretty decent. I mean, we just don't have all the details on here. This is a pretty decent model. It looks like the model. It's not out of weird scale or nothing. It's out of the turret's not too thick or anything. It looks okay. Looks okay to me. It's gonna paint up just fine. Would kill for a good model shop. Man, we need a time machine. You like the Pacific probably because as a kid was hooked on TV series. I think I saw one episode of it. It just wasn't available in my area. I've always lived in smallish towns, under 100,000 people, and it's like, you had one TV station, and that's you just watched whatever the hell was on there. So if they weren't playing it, be right back. Got a bunch of half bottles of Coke, so I'm trying to finish them off. I'm enjoying the living shit out of this. I really am. I really, really am. One thing I'd like to do with one of these Panzers, and you've seen pictures of them, you know, they've got the additional armor on the front here, on the bottom glacis plate. And sometimes it almost looks like it's Gypsy Caravan in. Like, Dad, you know, it's bulging. It's attached, but it's like bulging, and there's stuff behind it, like extra road wheels, like anything to give these guys like freaking extra armor and stuff on there. Thought you said you were going to wait until your unboxing. Well, I kind of did do an unboxing. That's why I decided to do this one. Yeah, it's hey, I can do an unboxing with this one after putting one of them together and show how it is finished. It's actually a lot better than I thought it was going to. The thing that put me off from this thing is basically how it does the antenna. You know, this should have like a channel that the antenna sits on. It's not going to have a channel, and I'm not going to build one. F that. You know, that's just, life's too short. So, but honestly, you know, after putting so many kits together that the shape of turrets and stuff seems to be wrong, this thing seems to be spot on shape-wise. It sure looks like it. It's actually a good-looking vehicle once you have the little back of that thing on there. We're all kids. We are. It keeps you young. Didn't take Tony long to change his mind. That's right. No rules, damn it. Hey, when I change my mind, you guys benefit too. We're all in it together. One of the guys in that group's like, oh, it's 1/72 dead scale. Okay. Well, don't look at my shit then. Because I'm not changing. Because I had doubled down and I've quadrupled down on this scale. I love it. I love this scale. There's so many figures I have left to paint that I absolutely love that are made in this scale. Yeah, I would have had a better selection if they would have had more things to pick from. You know, if the Cromwell stuff was 1/72 instead of 1/76, I would have picked up more Cromwell stuff. Although it was like a bunch of German this and German that and German, you know, and the Germans need to fight other people. You know, it's not like, you know, I mean, I like the German stuff a lot too, but okay, that's to the front. Perfect. Is this the bottom piece? No, it's the piece that sits on top. Okay, so when we put this, this seems rather suspect. Sometimes you just know better. Let it rain, man. I ain't afraid of the rain. Bring the rain. So here it shows that attached to that. shows this thing tapering down. Okay, so let's test fit this. I'm fine with that being this way. And then what do we do? No. I'm gonna pull my Panzer colors full. These books are still the gold standard. There might be better stuff out there, but these books are a perfect example of just enough detail. Oh my gosh, I have a book I didn't know I had. Well, that's going to come in handy. Why do I have the Panther book? Do I have 2 Panther books? Crap, I should have sold one of them. Yeah, I have 2 of these. Oh well. I didn't know I had this. This was a hand-me-down. Nashorn, Hummel, and Brumbar. I did not get a Nashorn. I will get one at some point. Look at this, $3.95. Can't be beaten. Oh, if this is all black and white shit, that's not very useful. Yeah, like I said, not very useful. Where's my Panzer IV book? This is the 3. Where's the 4 one? If I would just put things away, I'm terrible about it. I'll show you guys stuff and I won't put it away. I can't find it readily. Time for a night light. There we go. It's a 234. I sometimes wish I didn't have this couch, because the couch is kind of like a catch-all. I don't know where my Panzer IV book is. All right. No worries. Let's go on the computer then. Did you see how much fun you'd have watching it? Oh, absolutely. If it was a dead scale, no company would make anything for it. Sounds like that dude's ignorant on the subject. Yep. Fuck him. I won't invite him to play now. How you like them apples? All right, let's do a search for Panzer 4D. Panzer 4D, give me a freaking drawing. All right. Want to make sure that the turret is going to look correctish. Okay, I think this cupola is just all wrong. Because it's got the periscopes where you can see them here. That's where it needs to be. This piece needs to be on the bottom, and this needs to be the top. The periscopes are towards the top of the turret, not all the way at the very top. is if you look at these instructions, these wrong-headed instructions, it shows the small piece that, let me make sure that you guys are seeing what I'm showing you. It shows, yeah, it shows the thin piece that goes on top of the fat one. It doesn't. It needs to be on the bottom, not the other way, or it's gonna look freaking wrong. It's gonna look like this, and that's just not the right shape. It needs to be down here. It needs to be down here. So you got the one periscope that fits straight forward at 12 o'clock. Then you got one at 10 and 2. And then you've got a 7 and 5 is how they normally go in. And it fits in there. It's like the person who drew the drawing just didn't do it right. And then this should fit on top of it. That's what it should look like. That's the shape it should have. Bought an old Italy kit from one of the Michigan Toy Soldiers crew. It's the stone bridge. It's awesome, but I have to do a lot of weathering to go with it. A lot of weathering work to go. Stone bridge. Is that you said Italy and Mark IV. That's not the rebranded Eschi kit that has the wrong front of the turret. I bet it is. I was going to get one of those kits. They had them. They had, they didn't have if they had what was the one called that's the Russian one? That comes with a couple of Tiger ones. Comes like a Tiger one, a Panther, and it comes with 2 JS2s. Milanovka or something like that. Because it comes with 2 Russian buildings. I would have bought that one. But they want like $100 for them at Noble Knight, but I'm like, but I might have talked myself into doing it because it came with 2 Russian buildings, but they ended up not having that one, so it wasn't even an issue. I don't like the new Italy ones because they don't have hatches that can open. Yeah, but honestly, if they weren't so expensive, I'd buy another one of those Mark IVs, even though I just badmouthed it. Where's my Frankenpanzer? This thing turned out really well. I am really happy with how this bastard turned out. Yeah, this thing. I had to make the thing on the front because it looks like something's terribly missing. This thing turned out really well, and it doesn't really do justice for it on the video. It's got more depth of color than what you guys are seeing. I'm really happy the way this bastard turned out, especially because it's a model I've had forever. I've had this thing 30 freaking years. And, and the most inaccurate thing about it is this is like a late G. It wouldn't have had it would not have had the radio here. It would have had it over here. Well, this is a prototype and they put it in the back like the H. So this had combinations of all kinds of different tanks. The Vespa was your favorite of the haul. Okay. Well, how about we move that up to the queue and we build that sooner rather than later? How about we do that? It's a cute little thing. All right, so that's what we'll do, is we're only going to build one of these, and then we can do the unboxing of this. Yeah, the tracks, man, that's some advanced patience. That was some advanced patience. Okay, so we're going to let's put this one together. I learned a lot of skills doing the 15 millimeter stuff. I really did. And you know, decades of working with white metal, it's like, oh, plastic, this is a piece of cake. And really, the other people that you can benefit from, they have all kinds of interesting tips and techniques on YouTube. Okay, this one goes like this. Let's make sure these periscopes are pointing in the correct direction so that I can sleep at night. There's one in the middle. So we have one facing forward, one here, one here, one here, one here. And on top of that, that stuff smells good. There's a very faint orange smell to it. Okay, it does not have any spots where the hinges go on the lid. So we're just going to have to balance those when we do them. That looks the part. Turret baskets next. All the way up against the periscope. Now let's see if this fits on here better, because it didn't look like it was fitting on there very well. It does fit. It's still too long. Yeah, this is a lot longer than the depth of this. So that fits on there okay. The problem is you have more overhang on the back than I would like. And it can't go any further in because the cupule is in the way. All right. After checking out some photos, really just like the antenna mount on that model now. Yeah, I knew it going in. You know, I had to use the credit. It's a vehicle that I want. I want a 4D. I just had to suck it up. This thing will look great when it's done, though. The antenna mount may not be right, okay? But it's going to look great. It's going to look, I'm going to be as happy with it as I am with that Frankenpanzer I just showed you. Let's take a look at the... I like that. I like the tinkering with this stuff. Man, I wouldn't put it past myself that I'll put the pistol ports in there. It's stuff like that that's like, all right, I got this, you know? It feels good when you can work on it. I might go buy some plastic rod tomorrow. Because the pistol ports on that one are flat. They're not conical, like some of the later ones are. All right, let's see if we got a drawing with this thing on the back. Let's go 4D drawing. No, I want a D. Wow. All right, next best thing. Let's do an E. E is basically the same vehicle with a straight front plate, I believe. I could be wrong. Okay, here's one of the E. No, it's zigzagged as well. Okay, this is it's just too big. It's just too big. This hatch on the back is just too big. I don't dare cut that and then have a wonky ass angle. All right. I got an idea. All right. Let's take the... I guess I won't do an unboxing on it. Let's take this one off. Okay. Let's get my pencil. Challenge accepted. I really enjoy building these things that aren't so good. Okay. First of all, let's make sure that this can't push any farther than it can't. All right. So, with that said, if we put this flush here, that's the difference that needs to be cut off. Okay, and I'm going to cut shy of that because I don't mind it overlapping a tiny little bit. And this stuff is really soft, so this shouldn't be a problem doing it. Let's see. As far as I can tell, that's why I prefer Takom or Tamiya. They're more challenging. Well, good for you. I don't know how I'm not building. Takom didn't exist. They were still building, you know, the people that worked for Takom in the early 90s, okay, were still making rice cakes, okay? They weren't building model kits. I don't know. To me, is the gold standard to me. It's not like I wouldn't build any Takom. Let Takom make some 1/72nd scale stuff. Are they affiliated with Trumpeter? All right, here we go. We're going to do short of this. Dare I? No, I don't. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I cut that on there. Let's use a new blade. And we're going to cut shy of it. That's not a container with the blades. That's a container with the magnets. You blind bastard. Yeah, I don't need more challenging. I got plenty of things to do. But I do like the idea, like, okay, this is something that people don't do because it's inaccurate or whatever. All right, so let's fix it up. You know, there's only one other manufacturer of a Panzer 4D with a turret basket, and they're hard to get a hold of. Should use my pedal Dremel. Dude, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. First of all, it's in the garage. I think it's too powerful for this. I think it's too powerful for this. All right, we're going to cut this in. I'm going to do one more check and make sure I didn't make it too small. Where'd that piece go? That I just set off to the side. Here it is. Yeah, okay. Let's just do it shy. Here we go. Okay, stop there. Fit it. I like a little bit of an overhang. I'm going to leave it right there. I mean, we're going to sand it. That's going to take some of it off. Let's sand it. See what we got. So easy working with plastic compared to metal. Hot fucking damn. That's it. I'm quitting my day job. I'll just starve to death. Be like that. What's that poor guy? What's his name? The terrain tutor. He quit his job and started doing that, and now he's got monetary issues. And that's in the UK where you can get away with that. Here, you're screwed. You gotta have insurance. You can't just have medical care taken care of. You gotta have some supplemental insurance or something. I'm leaving that as is. I say that and I do more of it. Yeah. I'm having sex. Let's see. Let's go here. It shows it almost flush. Yep, I like that. Favorite is to see what kind of creative license people take with the kits, much like television. Yep, sometimes you just gotta invent shit. Well, if it's gonna be flush, you could have just glued it on, just cut them together. that's close enough for me. Main thing is like, you're going to encounter problems, and don't let them freaking stop you. At some point, you got to make a decision. Like, okay, we're going to finish this kit. So what are we doing? Are we going to do this or are we going to do that? And eventually, you just have to decide. And if I change my mind later, I can grind it flush. Okay. What else is left? We got to do the hatches on the side. And there's no markings for where they go. Oh, that is fraught with problems that are noobs. Noob people problems. All right. I know my periscopes, though. The periscope, the slot is not located in the middle. It's towards the bottom. Almost like you want it to have more of a deflector for the rain. Okay. And I mean, obviously, assuming that this thing is made correctly. And of course, it's not centered. Where it looks like it almost should it certainly be centered. Let's see if it needs to go more towards the top. Which one is going to look better, towards the top or towards the bottom? It looks like it's going to look better if it's sitting up towards the top more. I prefer it right in the middle. That's not what I got. Okay, so if that being the case, then this is the one that goes on the port side, and that's the one that goes on the starboard side. Gotta make dinner. You need like eat a lean cuisine or something. Actually, you can't have those things anymore. They're super expensive. Frickin' TV dinner costs more than regular dinner. I had a friend of the family over a couple years ago. He's a couple of years younger. He's actually 2 years younger than my daughter. And his parents were traveling or something like that. And he's like, hey, why don't you come up here? I think my wife was out of town or whatever. Have him come by, and we'll play some Call of Duty. And I'll get some TV dinners because I don't cook. Because, you know, all my efforts doing this. And he's like, what the hell's a TV dinner? I'm like, that's just what we call them. Microwave meals. That's what we call them. TV dinners. Whew, we got to be careful with this. We overshoot this, we'll snap the other thing off. And I don't have... Do I need to take my contacts off for this? No. I'm just going to be really careful like I'm cutting the wires on a bomb. Just ever so slowly. Restart to install the latest Windows update. Well, we won't be doing that shit right now. All right. I know I ripped into it. This is my favorite plastic. The fact that it has this rubbery property to it without being like the plastic figure. Plastic. Man, it's so easy to work with. No locators on here. Not a problem. We're armed with the power of the internets. All right. So we want it towards the top end with a fat piece towards the top of that. So that's the side that they're on. All right, let's find us a picture we trust. And I bet it's located towards the top a little bit. Ever so slightly. Yes. Okay, and the latches, the hatches, the hatch latches are just inside of this split. Which, by the way, this split's wrong. I need to find my Panzer colors because a picture is worth more than a drawing. Not my Panzer colors, my Mark IV book. Panzer IV book. All right. Is it up here in the cart? The catch-all cart? It might be. What the F did I do with it? I find it, I'll be like, there you were the whole time, you bastard. No, it's not here. It's well hidden. All right. Fine. Let's find Panzer IV-D picture. I don't want a drawing. I want a picture. I want actual photographic evidence. There is one. Here we go. So, one of the problems I literally sold it for a Panzer IV kit. Well, that would be a good trade. Nah, it's here somewhere. I didn't give him any squadron signal stuff, so. So here's the problem. This piece fits almost flush up against these hatches. the latches fit such a fumble fuck with glasses on. I could just do this instead of telling you what I'm doing. Yeah, take the fun out of it. That's where the hat should go, according to that split part. Let's see if I can get this angle right. Okay, see where this break is here in the turret angle? This vertical? This is where the hatches should fit relative to that break. However, if I do that, look how far the hatch is. It almost overlaps and goes outside of this break because this break is in the wrong place. It needs to be farther forward. This break is like in the middle of the turret, of this distance between here and here. And instead, it's like 60-40 or maybe 65-35. So this is miscast. So I think what I'm going to have to do is push these latches up a little bit so there's more meat back here and it'll look okay. Because there's some meat there. I'm not worried about it being 100% accurate. It just needs to look the part. Yeah, that break's just in the wrong place. That break is just in the wrong place. So that's what we're going to do, is we're going to push this all the way up to the break. Okay. All right. So that's what we're going to do. Let's get our tweezers. That will avoid you putting a fingerprint on this stuff. And I'd like to use the thin ones, but they're always in high demand and sometimes can't be found. There they are. Problem is they're smaller and they fall through. More towards the top than the bottom. And I think that is about as good as we can expect with the constraints that we have. Yeah, needs to be closer to the top. Yep. I was on the other screen, didn't see that. Okay. Same thing on the other side. Although if it was in the middle, it'd probably look okay, but almost exactly where it needs to be. because I can't go past that line or it's just going to look wrong. It's equivalent. Blammo. Now, little periscope. And I actually might go in there and actually scribe a little line on it. Although it'd be just as easy to frickin' paint a line. We'll just paint it. The 2 periscope blocks. There's actually 4 because some of them go down here in the hull. But we're just working on the turret right now. None of them have scribble things on here. All right, we're going to have to do something that Nordic always likes to talk about me doing and I've never done. I'm going to take these 2 that are over here with none of the parts that go on the hull. They look the same as these other ones, but just out of good measure, we're going to go ahead and use the ones that I think were intended for that. I believe these are in the middle of the turret. Let's look at an actual documented picture. No, they're more towards the back, a slight amount, ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. And it is in the middle, horizontally in the middle of it. Okay, this is what Nordic's always telling me to do. Use a piece of this stuff to grab the small piece. We'll see if that works. If you use a piece that's big enough to grab, for starters. I got a bad feeling about this, Sarge. Take some of that off. Way too much. Even taking some of it off. Okay. How the fuck did I get a fingerprint up there? I didn't even have it on there. Well, we'll wait for that to dry and lightly sand the roof. Jesus. I'm telling you, if I do stuff like that, everybody's fucking up big time. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna do this the old school way. We're gonna put it where it goes. I like this better. It's in the middle. Just enough meat. Well, I guess it's better not to have localizing points and then them be in the wrong place. Yeah, thin sandpaper will take that right off. Okay. I guess I just wasn't being anal retentive enough. Double down on the anal. It's a more detailed model. Yeah, it's actually okay. It's gonna look fine. It's gonna look fine. Okay, where to next? Looking at the shitty ass drawing. Let's put the headlamps. I don't know if these headlamps are accurate. I don't care. There's only so much I can care about. I bet I'm going to have to drill those out. And I would have bought the Mirage kits if they had them in stock and I could use my credit on it. You know, I also didn't want to take cash and lose 30% what they were going to offer me. That just seems silly. Oh, dude, they fit in there just fine. Wow. I still can't believe this glue works on it. They're very, this got a lot of rubber properties to this. All right, let's see how far these things are supposed to stick in. I know I'm giving this thing a hell of a lot more credit than I probably should. Paying a whole lot more attention. Okay, just a little bit. All right, cool. Yeah, if you do stuff, let's take some of this off. And I took too much off. Yeah, the one thing that was unforgivable is get M10 tank destroyers by these guys because their old model has no breach. And you can't build an M10 without a breach showing through when you're looking at the top of the tank. It just looks wrong on so many levels. And I've heard that the new model changes it. I have no way of finding out whether you're getting an old one or a new one. And I don't want to run the risk. So whenever I get the M10s, I'm probably going to get the UM ones. Okay, so those headlamps are done. Where to next? We have the periscopes in the sides. And a little block for the jack. There's no jack on here. I got lots of extra jacks. So we're going to put a jack on here. We got spare armor. Let's cut the two periscopes off. Not periscopes, vision ports. Okay, let's move these two guys over here. Let's cut the block for the jack to go on. And this little additional piece, I don't remember what the hell it's for, but it has it. And we have the muffler, extra road wheels that it doesn't tell you where to put them, but we know better. And then the hatch on the top. Okay, cool. Are the hatches molded onto the front glacis? They are. Yes. Yes. All right. This thing dry now? All right. Let's fix our inadvertent fuck up. So I'm going to get the thinnest yeah, that's the thinnest one. No, the red is like freaking, I don't think it's got any grit on it. That's got too much grit. This one right here. This one's good. It's not very much, but it's just going to bug me. And it might even be, not even be noticeable by the time I paint it, but... Oh yeah, that's all it's going to take. Damn it, I was being careful. You weren't being careful enough. Okay, well. Sue me. Perfect. Okay, let's go back to our drawings, because that instruction on the thing is worthless. Okay, so there's an angle here, although it's hard to tell where it is. It's here. Okay, that little roundy piece is all the way up against it. Then the block is next to that. Then the periscope is next to that. What if they don't fit? Because it could happen. Let's do a dry test run. And we'll stick them together with stick-em stuff. I'm enjoying the living shit out of this, just so you know. In case you can't tell. Well, first of all, I got this and I'm like, well, I guess it's going to look like shit, but I need this vehicle. And it turned it into like, this Joker's going to look pretty good. I know I cut on the cutting board. Oh my God, I'm going to, you know. Okay. I'm going to lay him right here beside it. Make sure the side distance is okay. So we need space for that. We need space for this crazy thing. And we need space for the block between them. So we're going to put that one right on the edge. The block goes next to it. Yeah, we got space for the periscope. Okay, let's put them in. That little roundy thing is all the way up flush with the top, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know where the hell I got these tweezers, but these things are amazing. These particular pair, these Swiss pair. Okay. The block goes, and it goes like so. periscope in the middle. But it goes like, that's where it goes. Okay, perfect. Bam, bam, bam. They could have just molded that on the side. Now the other side, I think, only has the periscope on it. Yeah. So we will put that on it. No, a Panzer 4D. This is an armor fast one. I have an F1. I'll go grab it in a second. How much meat did I leave there? Not that much? Okay. Let's go grab F1. F1 is a Hasegawa. If I can find it due to low light. Should be this one. There she is. This scale about the same size. It's going to look a little higher because it's on a stand. Yeah, they look 2-piece hatch, 1-piece hatch. Thought the Panzer IV did not have the stowage extension on the turret. Was that changed right after France? It was, and it looks stupid without the extension, which is why I don't do France in 1940, because they didn't have those. And it just the only vehicle I can forgive that eventually has one is a Panzer II. I can deal with a Panzer II not having the stowage thing, but a 3 looks dumb as shit, and so does a 4. All the pics I see have some sort of long rectangular box behind the antenna. Not sure what it is. No, it's the channel. So if you look at here, it is a channel that the antenna lays down into. I don't know if I'm going to bother modeling that. We'll just see how it goes. You know, the antenna's in the wrong place too. It should be moved back. But it looks like there's a jack there. I got extra jacks. I don't know about extra tools. I got extra fire extinguishers, so we can definitely doll this thing up with some other stuff. Now, one thing we got left is you got the exhaust. Let's see, the exhaust. Let me look at a picture of the rear. Oh, shit. What time is it? Oh, man. Okay. This isn't a picture of the actual vehicle, but it's a drawing. It should be good enough to go on. I bet it's not going to have the little catches for the... Well, it just won't have any then. Oh, they're molded on. Okay. Now, I want to drill this muffler out, but unfortunately it's right in the joint, so we're going to have to drill it out a little bit after it's glued together. these two halves end up going together like so. If there's one thing I don't mind getting my fingerprints on, it's a muffler that's all rusty as shit anyways. You wouldn't be able to tell. Not that I'm going to try to do that, but if it happens, it's not the end of the world. And it attaches on this plate here. Man, this plastic's amazing. I like the Plastic Soldier Company plastic too. My headache coming back? Sons of bitches. Okay, we can mess with that part later. The muffler, I believe, is centered. No, it's off a little bit. It's off a little bit. Off a tiny little bit. And it'll sit on that lip. Like so. And then we can add some filler to that little bit of a gap while it's on there. We'll make this one the one with the hatch closed. So I'll have one with a hatch open, one with a hatch closed. When you grab these parts, it feels like you're grabbing an Eschi. It feels like the plastic the Eschi figures are made from. Way back in the day. Okay. That goes closed like that. But unlike those plastic figures, when you try to scrape this, it doesn't get fuzzy. So it's like, I'm a big fan. I am a big fan. Well, see how this fits on here before we go and glue it. Well, it doesn't sit inside of it like it should, but I'm not surprised. Yeah, you can do crazy shit. Like I bet there's a handle that goes here at the top of this. I'm not putting that handle in there. I mean, you could just go nuts with this thing. But I mean, I think the basic shape and everything seems like it's all right. Okay, here, look at this. Look at this turret. Look at this turret. This split here is like halfway between the distance from here to here is about the same distance as from here to here. And here, this is like 65% and this is 35 here. So that's how it kind of, which is funny because when you look at it, it doesn't really look like it's off, but it's just off just enough that things are difficult getting them in the right location unless you're real particular about it. Okay, so if we made this thing open, I'm gonna make this one open. Do we have a tank commander in thought that we need to get into? No, because I'm not gonna be able to make that any smaller. Let me just make sure this hatch does not block access to this. Now, let me do something that I learned the other day while doing the other hatches. I'm going to put a little bit of this here and a little bit of this here, so when I set the hatch on, it's got some support underneath it. Because once it sets, we're fine. Whee! So if I don't have that underneath it, there's just not enough support there to carry the day. All right, that's going to be close enough. And we have not made that hole smaller, so as long as it fits in there, it should be fine. Okay? And yeah, that's it. We're going to add the jack and stuff on there, but we're not going to do that right this second because I've got to get in there and there's all kinds of things on top of it. But that's where my extra Panzer IV parts are with the jacks and stuff like that. As far as the channel goes, I can see putting a piece of, I don't see it being channeled, but having a solid piece, hell, I could even make it out of this. Because it is a defining, Jesus. It is a defining look of the vehicle. Hold on, this one's even thinner. Holy smokes. All right. All right, how long is it more or less? All right, so we'll cut this off here. Let's use the nip so we don't bend it. No recovery points. Come on, man. I'm not, I can't perform miracles. You know, we can attach this. Shit, I'm going to do it. I know I have that piece of sprue for both sides. Okay, give me the other side of the vehicle. Boom. I'm having a blast doing this, by the way. Show me the other vehicle. The other side. Should have done that with the Frankenpanzer. Well, now we know. That's a command vehicle anyways. They get... Okay. Here's some decals. All right, it runs from just before you get to the antenna to halfway across the louvers. Okay, so the louvers, man, it's even chamfered the right way. That's crazy. All right, let's do a test fit and see if we need to make it smaller. No, this is exactly the size I want it to be. Wow. You know, and I really wouldn't do this except that it adds a little bit of detail to a vehicle that is kind of lacking some to begin with. And it's fitting right in the middle of it. Okay, and it won't even attach to this. However, if I do that, it's tapered ever so slightly. Be fine. And then what I'll do is I'll paint it like it has a channel in there. Wow. Luck of the Irish. That's why I'm egging you on. Yeah, I can handle it. Well, I tell you what, if I've got extra pieces, yeah, I don't mind putting them on there. Yeah, this is some empowering shit, you know? And we haven't even put the additional armor. And they're both going to be different. Because really, the Panzer 4D had less armor on it than Panzer 3s. It had less armor than an E. You know, ever so slightly less. So it can use some up armoring. Because, I mean, they had Ds in Poland. So, It's not a bad model. It's not a bad model at all. It's not a bad model. I'm glad. I'm really glad I got this. I'm really glad I got these. This is what I was worried about. Like, it probably won't be so good. And, you know. Wow. Pretty freaking cool. Pretty freaking cool. Yeah, and she can hang out with the Panzer IIIs, which look weird. The Plastic Soldier Company Panzer IIIs look weird. The turret's too fat. But it's just a War Games model. And they're wider than they should be. And the cupola is, you know, made for a fat man. You know? Yeah. Pretty freaking cool. Pretty freaking cool. I'm not ready to quit. And I don't know if I should build the other one. I kind of don't want to. That way I can do an unboxing on this thing when it's completely done. Wow, that piece of sprue is just... I used up one of my miracles there. Well, we got to clean this room tomorrow because I want to put the freaking the jacks on there. Now, here's the problem with this. Is this has this open freaking box design. That hopefully... hell, I may need this. I love this plastic. How freaking weird. How freaking weird that I love this plastic. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of audience participation because I kind of like what I did here because I like the idea of having an unboxing with two vehicles and one of them's already built. I've seen other people that did that. So I'm going to let you guys vote on something. I'm going to do the same thing with the next kit. I think I can probably get it done tonight. I don't know if I'm going. I don't know. We're going to make it. We're going to get an old English try. So we're going to set this guy off to the side because this is what we want to finish. But I got two kits that come two in a box. You guys get to pick which one I do next. And I'm only going to build one of them. Okay? And this is the JS2. And I'm only going to build one of them because that way I can do an unboxing still. And the other one is the King Tiger. So, which one you guys want to do? I will give you guys 5 minutes to get your votes in. Just tell me King Tiger or JS2. Which one you want me to build? Because I'm not ready to go to bed. F it. You got me. You got my juices going. I really want to see one of the trumpeter kits, but this is a way of having the best of both worlds. I get to do an unboxing with one that's finished, and yeah, I can't wait to clean this up area tomorrow and doctor this thing up. One for the JS2. Okay, JS2's in the lead. I have a JS2 that's really crappy quality one. It's a BP cast one. 2 for JS2. JS2's win. I thought everybody was going to say King Tiger. Good. JS2's got a big old anti-aircraft. Hope it's got the anti-aircraft machine gun. 12.7 millimeter anti-aircraft machine gun. Get you some. It looks like it's going to be the JS2. Everybody else is asleep at the wheel. Oh, now you got to be difficult. I built a few trumpeter aircraft kits, and they're first rate. Well, I got a couple trumpeters to do, right? 2. I got a Yag Tiger and an Su-152. Okay, JS2 it is. All right, hard plastic here, 14 plus. Why do I have a feeling that a 14-year-old isn't going to be able to put this thing together? Don't worry, we'll be doing the King Tiger tomorrow. I guarantee the King Tiger will be built tomorrow. Whee! All right. It's good old slimy looking plastic. We're tied. You voted twice. I didn't know you were a Democrat. Oh, one-piece barrel. There you go. This is the kind of boxes I like. So. We have, oh my goodness, look at the grab handles on this thing. That is cool. That is cool. Nice. Okay, one of those. Suspension, one of those. Hull, right. Already have a suspension. Go bye-bye. Running gear. With hull connected. Okay, that goes over there. And the turret. All right. Wow. You know, when I first built these Pegasus kits, the BT-7s and the T-26s that I have, I opened the box and I'm like, this is a piece of shit. It looks like plastic that's almost transparent. It's almost transparent like. I don't know if you can tell in here, but you can almost see light. You can see light through it. It's brittle. This is going to be a piece of crap. When I put those two kits together, they fit together so well. And yes, it is brittle as hell, but they go together really, really well. So you captured a spider and released it outside a few minutes ago. Hold on, I'm going to go give you a merit badge. So I guess you're not one of those people, one of almost every male that's scared of spiders. I'm not scared of spiders, but I'm not capturing spiders and releasing them outside. If they come inside, they're dead. Sorry. Frogs? Well, lizards I can't catch. They're too damn fast. Frogs, absolutely. I'll save every frog I can because they eat bugs. But spiders are bugs, so, you know. Sorry. I don't hate them. I don't go and stomp on them if I'm outside, but... okay. So these shitty-ass instructions. with a million things connecting. We'll see if it actually goes together that way. But I am really impressed with this machine gun. And some nice detail on the hull. Man, I can't believe those grab handles. That's crazy. Okay. First thing, they always make you do the least exciting part first. Spiders don't bug you. They're not bugs, they're arachnids. Where is Rick? Or is he playing Lurky Lurkelstein? Something didn't detach. It's extremely brittle, Jared. Extremely. It's the opposite of the other plastic. But it actually has really nice detail. That Panzer IV-D is going to look great. Thanks for egging me on. Rick was a second vote for the Koenigstiger. Well, you know, the good news is we'll build it tomorrow. We will. Okay. Oh, these bastards want to do shit like that. Oh, they actually labeled them? Well, I wasn't counting on that. Well, we're just going to act like they're not labeled. Why do the Brits call it the Royal Tiger? I have a confession to make. I actually like the pre-production King Tiger turret better. The one that's commonly known as the Porsche Tiger, even though it's not a Porsche. Gotta call it that so people know what the hell they're talking about. All right, where is the sandpaper? Das Sandpaper. You know, 122 millimeter gun is nothing to laugh at. Although I'm sure it penetrates less than the 88L71. It is a mighty HE, a mighty HE round. Okay. No, just why do they call it different? So here's a question for you guys. I got those Russian trucks. They're based on the Ford Model A, right? Soviet tanks were all diesel powered, diesel fueled. Are their trucks also diesel? I haven't had a chance to look that up. I mean, the Russian front was just such a nightmare for the Germans. Forget the size of it, and the deeper you go, the bigger the front becomes. All that nonsense, right? You got the railway lines. The Russians use a different railway line than the Germans do. So if you capture some railway line, you got to reconvert it. You got the enemies using, if you capture any vehicles, which they captured a bunch of them, they use a different type of fuel. They use diesel, and the Germans have just regular petrol. Just a freaking nightmare. Okay. That's what you get for being a Nazi. You get a nightmare. Okay, so this one is this. This one is this one. Okay, so let's grab piece 4. That's 7. Okay, 7 goes towards the idler. 4 go... No, it's opposite on each one. You think just in the tanks? Okay. It's stuff you don't normally think of. I'm going to cut this before it gets damaged anymore. Okay, so 4 goes towards the idler here. Let's just take a 4 off. As soon as we can see the numbers, it's hard to see. Here's a 4. Okay, so 4 goes here. And these are all 5s. Yet this one is a 7, and it doesn't show it here. Freaking shit-ass directions. 14-year-old my ass. So, the 4 is here. But it doesn't tell you in this drawing that this last one is a 7, like it's pictured here. And in this drawing, it doesn't tell you that this one's the 4 on this end, because they're mirror images of each other. 14-year-old can't do this shit right. I'm telling you, I couldn't have done it right as a 19-year-old. Got to be old enough to question everything. And then we still make mistakes. Okay, so this is piece 4. Which is going to go like that. And it even, you hear that? It fits in there without gluing. And I'm going to fit them in there without gluing. Again, it's brittle. It's transparent. Looks like a piece of shit. Goes together like a glove. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay, let's do all the 5s. I don't want to glue them as I go, because if somehow their instructions are wrong, then I want to be able to undo it. These are all 5s. These are all going to be in a row. You know, the only thing to understand about, and I believe these, for 2 kits, it was like $11. $11 for 2 kits. You just can't beat that. Okay, so they don't have decals. Okay, so they don't have crew figures. Who cares? And yes, one of them will be crew exposed and one of them will not. in one of the JS. Same thing with the King Tigers. We need to get some King Tiger figure that looks like frickin' Robert Shaw in Battle of the Bulge. He looked more like a German tank commander than a German tank commander. I know, terrible movie, but it's one of those ones that they showed over and over and over and over and over and over and over as a kid. So you watched them because that's all we had. Okay, so all these guys all fit, and there's a locating pin. Look at that. Battleground was your favorite war movie as a kid. Isn't that black and white? I haven't seen either one of those two. My favorite war movie as a kid was Guns and Navarone. Yeah, when I was a kid, Bridge Too Far wasn't out yet. Yeah, it came out when I was 6, but they never played it. I didn't watch Bridge Too Far until I was an adult. Guns and Navarone was my go-to. Black and white, yep, it's out. I just don't like black and white movies especially World War II. Like, I want to see the tanks in color. No, but they didn't have it. They didn't have it on. Like, I've watched Longest Day. I've watched maybe a quarter of it. I just couldn't take it anymore being black and white. I saw Bridge Too Far recently with my daughter, and I wasn't impressed. There are parts of it that I like. The problem is some, it's too much of this all-star cast thing. So, they have people in it just for the sake of having people in it. Favorite as a kid is Bridge Over the River Kwai, but it's not even a war movie. It's guys getting captured, right? I think I've seen it. Uh-oh. You bastard just fell. Where's the other glasses where I can see a little bit farther away? There she is. What did we have? We had Guns and Navarone. We had Battle of the Bulge. That's the only two I can remember that they played over and over again. I'm sure there were others, but Midway. They played Midway, the good one. I don't know if I watched it again, I may not like it. I bet I like it better than the new one. I hated the new one. Not a fan. I never saw Tora 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 when I was a kid. I watched it when my daughter was about 10 and freaking thought it was great. So, what, a decade ago, 8 years ago, whatever, for the first time, I thought it was wonderful. I get a kick out of like, we need a ship. All right, let's build a model of it. Nice. I can appreciate that. One of your favorites, Battle of the Bulge, was incorrect. M47Ds is tough. Yes, but at least they had a turret overhang. It's better than Big Red One, where they made Israeli tanks German. Like, what kind of? I mean, that's wrong. That is just so freaking wrong. That's sick and twisted. Ooh. See, this is why we test fitted this, because here's 7 that I just popped off. Comrade Popov. And it does not have the locator hole for that. All right. Kelly's Hero gets played to death down here. I didn't watch it for the first time until I was about 20 and hated it. It's the music. I absolutely hated it. Great Escape, never seen it. Pearl Harbor, one of the absolute worst war movies ever made. Still better than Midway. Look, Kate Beckinsale's in it. How bad could it freaking be? Okay? I'm just saying. And she didn't look her best in that. You know, the worst thing about Pearl Harbor, okay, the movie, was that it wasn't the love story. It was like after the attack, here's Ben Affleck freaking on top of the Oklahoma helping people cut him out. Like, you wouldn't have been doing that, you know? I don't think it was that bad. Much better than Midway. Midway with the freaking skipping bomb. Freaking stupid. Don't tell me. Don't make me tell you how I really feel. Oh, man. This has no locator hole. So we're going to punt on that. Okay? This is what I'm talking about. Don't let bullshit hold you up and figure it out. All right? So this has a bunch of 6s. Okay? Which are these right here. Let's go ahead and install them. Let's install everything to make sure it's in working order. And then maybe they forgot to drill the pilot hole in it. Well, we don't want to start gluing stuff and then find out the instructions were incorrect, but you had all the right parts and you followed the instructions, so you did it wrong. Yeah, the special effects of the freaking Arizona having indigestion were amazing. Yeah, there's parts of it, but it's so much better than I hated Midway. And I watched it with my daughter, and we're both like, yeah, I'm surprised I haven't seen any of those. I've only saw one of the vampire movies that she did, considering how much of a thing I have for her. I haven't seen it. And I didn't finish watching what's the Amazon show that she's in where she's looking for her husband. I didn't finish watching that either. I just don't want to watch TV. You know, it's just kind of a waste of time. Did you see the 2019? No. The older Midway was okay, or at least I remember. I'm talking about the new one, the Woody Harrelson one. And actually, he didn't actually ruin it. Surprisingly enough. Okay, these have a locator hole, but they're smaller. Let me see. Or Dunkirk. I'm watching Dunkirk with my daughter, who was probably 15 or 16 at the time. And we're like, how the hell is that freaking Spitfire Hurricane or whatever the hell it was gliding and still shot down a Stuka? Come on, man. Oh, this one's obviously missing a locator hole. Which, you know, I don't need them. I just got to make sure it's the right piece going in the right place. This one I think was the one we... Let's just put it here. They're all the same, just a matter of the angle. I mean, hell, there's not even any angle in the... Oh, yes, there is. All right, we're going to have to test fit this shit. Apparently, South Ossetia was using JS2s till 1995. Wow. Time for an upgrade, comrade. All right, we have 2 left. We have a 7, which is supposed to go here, supposedly. And the 4, which is supposed to go over there. And if everything jives, we'll fit it into the hull. And if it fits okay into the hull, then we'll go back and glue these in place. +14. 14-year-old wouldn't have the patience for this. I wouldn't have had the patience for this at 14. Like, yeah, that's where they go. Yeah. And start gluing shit and it'd be all wrong and have a soup sandwich on your hands. Did I pay attention to comm chatter in Dunkirk? No, because I watched it at the movie theater and I don't hear well. So no, I didn't hear it. Michael Caine's character? No, I didn't catch that. I saw Battle of Britain for the first time in the last year, and I wasn't impressed, but I was... It was weird that 2/3 of the way through the movie there was that 20-minute scene that's just music with like dogfighting and nothing else. It was just really, really weird. Must go. Visitors arriving. Set off the claymores. All right, Skylab. We'll see you tomorrow. Really? You're still firing fireworks? No, what I didn't like about Dunkirk at the very beginning, there was a scene with a machine gun, and it just didn't sound like a machine gun. It just sounded wrong. Yeah, it wasn't terrible. I was expecting it to be better. That's all. .633 Squadron. I did not. It sounds like a video game. I want to say like I played that video game or something. I never even heard of .633 Squadron. But I'm the wrong audience to try to please with a World War II movie. Not a fan of the blonde dude. You like blondes, but not blonde dudes. What about Asian men? You into Asian men or just the Asian women? I'm just pulling your leg. All right, now I gotta know who the hell it is. It's probably somebody I'm not a fan of either. .633 Squadron, huh? That's what it's called? Let's see. ...1964 film? P-38. Involves a fictional British fighter bomber squadron. Is that supposed to be a mosquito on the cover? Who's the lead character? Cliff Robertson. Boy, if I've seen him in a movie, it's been a long ass friggin' time. Blue Max. What's his name makes a terrible German? George Papard. He makes a terrible German. I think I've seen it one time. I thought the movie was actually pretty decent for, certainly for its time. I need to see Cross of Iron again. I haven't seen it in so long. I remember loving it as a kid. Oh, that one, they used to play that one a long time. They used to play that one quite kind of frequently, but they didn't have the BJ scene in it, which I actually didn't know was in the movie until I saw it out of the movie theater. I'm like, I don't remember seeing that. Out of the on TV part. Demarcation! I haven't seen it in a long time. I still think one of the best World War II things out there, and I'm ready to watch it for the third time. And I think I'm gonna watch it with my daughter. I told her, I warned her, I said, hey, let's watch. She's like, no, I don't want to. I said, well, I got better watch it soon because she's gonna be going off to college and won't get a chance to watch it. What's it called? Generation War. Generation War is incredible. There's the only gripe I have with it is I think there's an MG42 when there shouldn't be, and that's about it. I thought everything else is really, really well done. Okay, this fits in here. I'm just having trouble putting it in there. Cliff Robertson wasn't who you were thinking of. Generation War is excellent. And I've seen the German Stalingrad one twice. I saw it way back in the day and liked it, and saw it within the last 10 years. And it spends too much time on the part we're not interested in seeing. I mean, there's cool parts in it, no doubt about. But the whole, where they're surrounded, they don't have anything to eat. We want to see tactic. I want to see tactics in action. That's what I see. That's what I want to see war movies about. I want to see people doing maneuvers and tactics and the uniforms in color. That's what I go to see war movies for. Well, I know this is going to fit in here somehow. And the hole's in the right place. Maybe the hole's just not big enough. Let's open this up. I know, you're having a field day with what I'm saying. All right, Mr. Adolescent. Think that should do it. Wow, it's just not. You hadn't heard of Generation War? David McCullum, isn't he the guy? Isn't that the guy that played the Russian dude in Man from U.N.C.L.E.? If it is, he's not worth a shit. Sorry. David McCullum. I don't see in the credits here. You're thinking of something else. David. Why am I thinking that's who that is? Yep. How do I know that? Damn it, I just forgot my wife's birthday. You remember something worthless like that and something obvious gets forgotten. Wow. Yeah, he ain't worth a shit. Poor guy. Maybe he's a good guy in real life, but don't really care for him. Well, that just doesn't fit in there. So what we're going to do is we're going to snip the front of this and then we're going to hard glue it on. Okay? But we can do that later. Let's make sure that this fits in the holes in the hull that it's supposed to. Yeah, he sucked. Actually, that show sucked too. Wasn't a fan. Even as a kid. Although I am a Bond fan. Even though I haven't seen 3 of the movies. The new one? Yeah, the new one. I haven't seen Solace and I haven't seen GoldenEye, believe it or not. I don't know how the hell I've avoided that. And we watched them in order and we stopped. We got one more, the second Dalton one to do, and then GoldenEye. And then, so we're more than halfway through. We just lost track. Oh, is this Flash? It is not Flash. It looks like Flash, but it is not. Favorite TV show as a kid was Green Hornet. Never seen it. Not available in my area. Okay. Oh boy. His drawings are weird. Okay. This is like this. Alright, we need to go ahead and put 8 in. There's no way a freaking 14-year-old's doing this shit right. Why do we have 2 8s here, but it's 8? I guess this is 9 is for this one. Hey, it's just like DBA. So easy an 8-year-old can do it. These models so easy. 14-year-old can do it. Yeah. Okay. I did some since I knew these guys were on the way, last weekend, I did some looking up at different paint schemes for some of these things. I did do a search on JS2s and found that none of them have really cool sayings or anything. It's not like, your mother wears combat boots or, your mother's a Nazi whore or anything like that. They generally just have numbers on them. How come you do not use a sprue cutter? It's too big. Too big to get in the nooks and crannies. That's the only reason. I got one and I find that I don't really use it that much. It's like trying to use too big a hammer. And I don't feel like buying one that's smaller. So yeah, I don't really use it that much. It's years and years and years of not using one. Okay, so this goes like this. This suspension, if it's correct, is going to be upside down, okay, which means this piece should go like this. Let's test fit this before we commit suicide, so to speak. And if everything jives, yeah, Tamiya glue, the Tamiya glue is great. What I did is I filled it because my wife was complaining that it smelled so strong, and I'm like, it really didn't. Microscale micro weld. It's basically the same, except this stuff smells like oranges. It doesn't smell chemical at all. So I still have 2 bottles of the Tamiya. Okay, this fits. Okay, is this the one that we couldn't get it to in the right place? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're going to install this on this side. Interesting. We'll wait to install that one. Smell your resin printer. Well, remind me not to get one then. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and install this as well. And now that's lined up, that one's lined up, that one's lined up, and that one can't help but be lined up. Tweezers, tweezers, tweezers. Start with T. Tweezers. All right, now there we go. Blammo. Now that's glued. And this one didn't have any problems, just check for fit. goes there. The subtle smell of cancer. Oh, man. Yeah, my wife comes in here and says, man, what the hell are you doing in here? I'm like, what? I said, it smells really strong. I said, well, the problem is she's, using acrylic paints that basically have no smell. So she's not used to the hobby having a smell at all. I grew up using the tester stuff. So the Tamiya glue smells a lot less than the tester stuff. But the secret about it is the applicator. It's the applicator that's freaking awesome. And they didn't have Tamiya glue when I was building models in the early 90s. Or they did maybe, and I don't know, I never heard about you flying bastard. Bastardo. We'll just attach you to this side. See, now... Really? You too? Well, okay. Now we know that it fits. I'm going to go ahead and glue these things in. Now when I build the other one, I was going to say, we know that these things all fit in here. So we don't have to overthink. So this microscale stuff is stuff that we had in the hobby store in the early 90s. It's been around that long. The same people that make the microset, microsol. The bad thing about it is that it is in a container. It comes in a container that's very susceptible to tipping over. So in order to avoid that, I went ahead and bought an extra Tamiya glue, pour the contents into the other ones, and then peel the label off so I can use the same container for the weld, micro weld. Eric, you going to Historicon? I bet you are. I probably could have gone if I really wanted to. I just don't really want to. It's too late, I don't want to go to Historicon, not stay at the hotel. That hotel's freaking awesome. And by the time I realized that I could conceivably go, there was no more openings at it. And honestly, I'm pretty tight on vacation days this year with the European trip, so it's not like I'd go run something. And it's not like I need to go to shop. Okay. Let's grab the other JS2 model I have. Which, calling this a model is kind of insulting. It's kind of done. It's a BP cast. And it's rough as shit. I think I'm going on the European trip. It's just not going to be a cruise. Because they canceled the cruise on us. Yeah, it's running a little small. So it might be like 1/76. I don't know. This is pretty much a poor piece of shit. But this is a resin model that... Primitive. So... we'll still paint her up and maybe use her as a wreck. I don't know. I'd like to get a couple of the S model JS2s as well, so we could have 4 of them. 2 of these, and the S models are the turret's a little bit different. They're like a CHTZ turret kind. So, Okay, so we need to put the little hooks on here, which is all the 13s. Not going to find it there. Not going to find it there. I am going to find it there. It's just not where I expected them to be. Okay. We're still supposedly going to the European trip, but I'm not going to talk about it until we're back. We actually get to go. It's a long time before now and then, so lots of stuff can go sideways. Okay, I'm not convinced that the way they show me to do these is correct. The hook should go up. In a logical world, they should go up. I'm not convinced these don't show them going up. They show them going down, which doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm going to look for pictures of a JS2 to make JS2 tank hooks. All right. I mean, if I put them on backwards, you probably wouldn't even be able to tell. But there's no point in doing things wrong when the truth is out there. Wow, it's hard to tell what the hell they... All right, here's a picture. Wow, the hooks are towards the bottom. Okay. Works for me. Yeah, hooks down. I wasn't looking at the screen. Doesn't make any sense, but okay. No. When in doubt, look it up. When in doubt, put out. Laces out. Laces down. Scully Jr. Never watched that show. Not my kind of show. Yeah, I looked at at a Tamiya model. Too late now. You moron at the factory, you put it the wrong way. The bad news is you screwed up. The good news is we'll make it right by putting you in front of a firing squad. Comrade. Okay. Lower hull done. It doesn't say to do this next, but I don't listen. Yeah, see, this it's just too hard to get in here. So I want to get a clean break before we get a break in the wrong place. Maybe if I had bought better nips, I'd think differently about them, but I didn't have any. They had them at Hobby Lobby for 40% off, and I got them. And they're too big for most uses. I don't want to spend 25 bucks on that. I live fine without ever having them. Just like people preach about Windsor and Newton brushes. I'm to the point where I'm never going to buy them. First of all, nobody has them where I can just go try one. I'm sure I'm worth it. But I have managed to use all these cheap-ass Chinese MFers my whole life. And no need. Okay, this, I believe, will fit without glue it. I won't glue it either. Okay, good. So we can pop it off. And just makes painting this a lot easier, like the tracks and stuff. It just makes it quicker. Not necessarily easier, quicker. Okay? Right. The turret. It's even got weld marks here. Look at the weld marks on the turret there. The bottom weld marks. See if I can get it to focus on there. Look at that. That's pretty freaking decent. The detail on this thing is not compatible with the transparency. Look at this piece that goes here that covers up part of the hull of the gun. It's damn near transparent. It looks like Jello. Looks like green Jello. All right, let's cut that much bigger than we need it to be so we don't have a problem later on. Too many people obsessed with guns going up and down. Like, I fix them in place. There's that piece for that. The mantlet. We'll cut that extra big out. Okay. We don't want to replace that. And the one-piece gun, thank goodness. Cut it plenty big. And that's all we need for the turret. Okay. I feel like this is significantly bigger than this turret. Yeah, I have a feeling this JS2 is going to be a wreck. Can't hold on to that. I'll snap one of those off. Nope, can't grab it like that. This sandpaper I picked up at Hobby Lobby is excellent. I can cut it in small pieces. It's pretty durable. It comes with a million different, not a million, but like 7 different grits. It was kind of pricey, but man, I still have it. You should be finished building the 135th Panthers weekend. May get some paint on it Sunday. You gonna have Zimmerit on it? I'm gonna do Zimmerit on the Elephant, just so you know. Challenge accepted. And the Brumbar. Man, a Panzer IV looks messed up with Zimmerit. It just looks rough as shit. Well, the T-34s I've been building, keep in mind, are 1/76 scale. So it actually looks how it should, but reality, this should be bigger. Yeah, these are all 1/76 because that's what the big sale was on. It was an estate sale at the last show, and this one guy had all these Skytreks molded on it. Huh? Okay. I wonder if that Zimmerit was another grand failure of German intelligence. I think they're going to have magnetic mines. All right, let's make it even harder to put out tanks. Let's see how this goes together. Okay. Pretty well. This big nasty. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. Okay. Barrels drilled out. Jurassic Park: The Lost World. Well, you've seen it. I mean, here's the thing about Jurassic Park. None of the movies are so bad they're not watchable. Unlike the Crystal Skull thing. Or superhero movies. At the end of the day, you get to see freaking dinosaurs destroying shit. It's not a bad day. I like them all. Did I like some better than others? Absolutely. But I'm a fan of the series. What is there, 5? Made it halfway through the first Jurassic Park before I walked out of the cinema. Never watched another. Really? You couldn't handle the first one? Well, don't watch any of the other ones then. The other ones suck compared to the first one. Wow. I think generally those movies are well received. You know, my first love was dinosaurs. So, you know, I get into that. I don't give a shit about raptors. F raptors. Small ass dinosaur. That's no dinosaur. That's not what I want to see. All right, where is this? I saw the first Jurassic Park in theaters. Didn't see the second or the third one. And the last two I did see. Because my daughter was old enough. Bored you to death. Well, there's a whole lot of movies you don't need to see that. Hey, you know, different strokes for different folks. Yeah, don't watch any of the other ones. Different strokes for different folks. The stupid Avengers Infinity War, whatever. Yep. You said it. Guardians of the Galaxy. I fucking hate those movies. The second one was just an abortion. And the only reason I watched those things is because my daughter was into it. I'm like, okay, well, something I can do with it. No, not watch them anymore. No. I've seen enough of them. Yeah. And the worst thing about superhero movies is now they make these movies where, oh, it's not really these bad guys, just misunderstood crap. Like, they might offend somebody if somebody says, well, that guy's up to no good. I don't know. He's not evil. He's a bad actor. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't miss going to the movie theater. I don't. I got no interest in going to another movie. They're too expensive. The main thing is they just generally suck. You're spending a whole lot of money. You have a whole lot of hopes on it being worth a damn, and it isn't. All right. Well, we're going to have to adjust this. But for now, Comrade Popov, pop off your head. I think it will skip the Lost World Jurassic Park 4. I hate miracles. I don't think you can watch it, whatever. JP bored me. I watched 3 weeks of guys cycling around France religiously every year. Yeah, well, you know, I'm not going to pick on you. Everybody's into different stuff. You know? I never saw The Hobbit. I was waiting to watch it with my daughter, so like, okay, let's watch Lord of the Rings. I'm not a Lord of the Rings fanboy. I never read the book when I was a kid. It's fiction. Why would I read fiction? And I hope the frickin' I hope the front of the turret's correct. A bit late. Yep, it is. Okay. So we watched the first Lord of the Rings movie. And she's like, okay. And watch the second one. And she's like, Daddy, don't make me watch the third one. I said, don't worry. So I've seen the 3 Lord of the Rings movies, but 2 of them twice and 1 of them only once. And it's just, and stuff doesn't appeal to everybody, you know? I could care less. Superhero movies vanish tomorrow. The only comic book hero care to watch Batman, but they ruined Batman with the last couple of castings for the role. Yep. Well, I haven't seen the one with whatever his name is. There must be some deep-rooted reason. Because the fiction sucks. It's not the fiction. I mean, if you've got it just doesn't appeal to me. And there's so many cool things that really happened. Let's focus on that. I can't think of anything, and I don't mean complete fiction, like, but just like totally make-believe shit. Like, I'll watch Black Mirror. I like Black Mirror. It's all fiction. But why would I read fiction? Like, I have barely any time to read to begin with. Have I read fiction? Sure. I've read a couple Clancy books and Team Yankee, and what else have I read? The Berkut. A handful of books that are fiction, but it just isn't my thing. I would say it's more of a problem that most people don't read anything nonfiction. There's a vast majority of people out there that just read make-believe bullshit. So, make-believe bullshit. And my dad didn't like it. We're affected by our fathers whether we realize it or not. Sometimes positively, sometimes negatively. That's why I don't watch sports. Dad never watched sports. That's why I like history. Dad liked history. All right, this little bastard goes like this. Yeah, we can go ahead and glue that on there. Freaking neck ache is coming back. And it's not super heavy, it's just annoying as shit. All right. 9 is this twine. That's going to be a pain in the ass to take off. Whew. I haven't seen her with that many things, to be honest with you. It helps. I'll be the first to admit that watching a movie with someone you find attractive is a plus. Same thing, if you're going to play a video game, why play somebody unattractive? You spend all time looking at this freaking character, they might as well be nice to look at. Hey, just saying. Okay, this looks to be the back side. I've only seen one of those vampire movies. I'm not really into leather anyways, so. Yeah, it depends on the fiction. I mean, there's movies that I really like that are fiction, but I mean, like that vampire shit, that would be considered, that definitely would be considered fiction. Just the whole environment being make believe and. Okay. Then where the hell is the? Here it is. That is a fat. That is a fat shovel. Comrade, why is your shovel so fat? I get to put it into my fat mouth. Joke's on you, no rations. Oh yeah, then I use it to beat your fat head. You own them all. I've only seen the first one, and I didn't think that much of it, to be honest with you. All right. We have a horn, which is piece 25. What's a Russian horn sound like? Horn broke, watch for finger. And 20, which is the nightlight. Okay. Let's see if this thing fits in here before we put it in. And let's go ahead and take this off because it's in the way, comrade. And we're going to go ahead and do this. We'll have to give that some TLC. Oh, thought we were going to test. Got to test fit it first. Yep. Some of the JS series tanks are really attractive. And I just can't keep them straight. JS7, JS4, some of the post-war ones, they're really good-looking vehicles. I'd probably hate to be a crew member in any of them, but There's still attractive looking vehicles on the outside. Okay, we have this box. You know what? Fuck it, let's have some fun. I can't believe I've forgotten about this. I'll be right back. I should have done this earlier, but I've forgotten. So I wanted to get Russian vodka, but since there's a little war going on and it's been blocked, the closest I could come up with is Ukrainian vodka. So, yeah, we're going to have a wee bit of a tiny part of a shot. I don't know how bad this stuff is. I don't think maybe it'll make my neck ache go away. And I had it in the freezer. Core. Top 3 top selling vodkas in the world. Well, that just might be because, they have a drinking problem there. Okay. Na zdоровье. It's not too bad. And no, I don't do shots. Pointless. I picked this stuff up in Miami because I'm like, oh, I'm going to be working on Russian tanks. Let's drink along. I feel better already. I've never had vodka straight until the last show I went to. Somebody was passing out Russian vodka in a plastic cup, and it was actually okay. Randy and I had some. And it wasn't even cold. This stuff's at least cold. It's actually kind of thick. So I've had that for several days and forgot to bring it out. The turrets on the later ones look kind of like they're melting in the heat. Just like the original, probably makes it easier to assemble. Well, S Model makes some that have a different style turret. It's slightly different. So maybe some point in the future. And they're really cheap for like $13. You get 2 of them or something like that. Well, you got to pay shipping. So it's like, by the time you're done with it, you're like $20. They're like $10 a piece for each of them. And I love S Model stuff. Only problem with S Model is sometimes they have the decals aren't the right color. Like I got some Panzer IIs, the decals were supposed to be yellow and they were orange. That's really the only gripe. They go together so well. And as a matter of fact, they came with brass turned barrels. Where is... And they put the connecting spot on here at the wrong freaking place. There we go. Okay, the 3 goes to the outside. Big one, little one. Okay. Vodka drink you, yes. That's actually not going to work. So, all right, let's... Good thing is if I cut myself, I can disinfect myself with what I'm drinking. Let's put the new batch down. All right, we've got some fuel tankage. I think they're all one piece. We have the machine gun that goes on the back. Okay, man, we'll see you tomorrow. What are you going to read? Osprey book on lingerie of the SS or whatever. That was a big joke several years ago that they make so much Nazi crap. Which is fine to do the Nazi crap, but you know, you got to do it for other countries too. Like, you can build all the German tanks you want. You could have a German tank fetish, but you know, you got to build the other nations that fight them too. You know, it's not really a war if there's nobody to face up against them. So, oh, Snapdragon. Quick. It helps when you have a light colored floor and you have dark colored pieces. The Winter King. Sounds like make-believe crap. In Soviet Russia, fiction reads you. This isn't centered. And it should be, so we're going to open this up. Okay, Nordic, we'll see you tomorrow. Where we'll be working on the King Tigers. Come on, get in there. All right. Fuel tanks. Actually give you 2 hatches. If you want it closed, they give you 1. If you want it open, they give you 2 other pieces. Okay, they tell you to put the saw right over there. That'll work for me. I don't need to research it too much. There's probably multiple places they could go. That's just as good a place as any for the first one. Actually, all right, fuel tanks. Got 4 of them. We're going to put all 4 of them on here. Well, there's actually holes in the hole, so not putting them on there causes a different problem. Okay. Wow. Like, flash is really good on these things. As if there's anything that should show the panel lines on something, it's the fuel drums. Because it's not like they were just made out of one thing. Now, of course, you could be like super anal retentive and be like, oh, but they don't, the panel lines aren't exactly in the same spot that they are on the original tank. I'm like, all right, you need to take a rest, man. Okay, Doc, go get another PhD. All right, and these guys should just fit in. actually fit inside. Let's take these off so we can put some more pressure on them. Yeah, they just fit in just like that. Cool. So we're going to put some here, we're going to put some here, and then we'll go off the other side. Seems like an awfully small drum to make a difference. And same thing on the other side. I can't wait to get into those Panzer IV parts though, tomorrow morning, after I pick up this area. It's just too late in the day to start doing it now. I'd have to move out of here if the rest of the house looked like this. But you know, I bring something up on the show, and then I don't put it away. You know, I just throw it off to the side. The couch is a catch-all. Okay. Okay, there's a very unique piece. It's, other than the hatch on the turret, it's this 12, piece 12. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and take care of this. Much better. It's really quite a low silhouette for considering, well, you know, this thing weighs as much as a Panther. And it's a smaller silhouette. Those two tanks are equivalent in weight. And it's definitely a lower profile. So we got one piece. Oh, good, there's a marker for it. I just got to find where it is. 12. It's right here. It has a latch. The latch has got to be towards the top. I don't know, Soviet Union. Let's see if there's a quick pic of it, of that side of the tank. That would be the starboard side of the tank. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, it looks like it. Put the latch towards the top. Otherwise, it just doesn't make any sense. Okay. I guess the storm never happened. That's good. We're going to make one open, one closed. So we're going to go ahead and make This one closed. And there's a little notch for this thing to fit in here. And there's a little notch for it as well. So we're going to go ahead and glue that on there. This periscope goes towards the front and the notch goes there. Okay, and last but not least, the 12.7 millimeter machine gun. Let's cut it this way so we're not cutting towards that delicate piece. Yeah, because this is going to fit in here just like that. Actually, it's pretty tight. I'm not going to glue it for the time being because it's just going to get, it could get damaged while I'm dry brushing it and shit. Okay, so that's just a label for what number that is, for number 6. So there's our JS2. There's the JS2 built. These kits are a lot nicer than they look. They look like when you're putting them together that they are kind of a second-rate piece of shit, but they go together really well, and they have a fair amount of detail. And there's the Armor Fast Panzer IV, which actually will end up looking. We just need some details on there. So, yeah. So anyhow, thanks for stopping by, folks, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow, maybe throughout the day, definitely in the evening. And yeah, we'll do some more vehicles, and can probably film an unboxing on these two things tomorrow since we've already cut into them. So.